All right. Um, let's see here. Does testing. Does All right. So the microphone is working, but the video is not. So I need to do. Let's see. Desktop audio. I want to do. Select window. There we go. That should be okay. We are up and running. So in this video, I wanted to show how to design a hard plastic bait in FreeCAD. FreeCAD's a software I design all my lures in, and I've had people ask about how they could design their own lures using FreeCAD. So I'm going to give a little bit of I guess a generic showing of how I do mine. Um, so with that, let's get started. I almost always do the same thing, where I start in the part design workbench and I get um, basically the outline of the lure that I want to do, and then I move to the part workbench and then put all the holes and things in for the hardware to finish the bait. So with that, the first thing we're going to do in the part design workbench is construct a sketch. Um, and the bait, you want to come in knowing what kind of bait you want to make. So I want to do a tadpole. So a tadpole, you know, is going to be it's going to be a jointed bait, multi-section bait, where the tail's going to have multiple pieces and attached to a little egg-shaped head, and that's going to be the basic bait. So how are we going to do that? There's a couple different ways I could do it, and I guess I can show you both of them. And it really depends on which way you want to choose, depends on what you want the outline of the body to be. So I'm going to start with the easy way and then show you the hard way, because I think the hard way is going to give us a little bit better of a profile to work with. Um, but the easy way is, well, easy. Um, so the first thing I'll do, for a tadpole, you're going to want to make an egg shape, right? Or like a teardrop shape for the body. And we're going to do that by doing a couple different arcs. You're going to do just a radius for the first arc, and then an ellipse for the second arc. And that's going to allow you to do something like this, where it's gonna have like a raindrop shape. And there you see how that's coming off at an angle. What we're going to want to do to lock that in is make this a vertical line here with this here. This is going to constrain whatever line to be vertical or horizontal. And with the new update in FreeCAD, you just select the line and click that, and it's going to snap to whatever it thinks you want automatically, which is nice. And then we're probably going to want something kind of like this, I'd say. and we're going to want this to be tangent so this doesn't have like a hard transition. And you can make that tangent using this. Is it this constraint? Where is it? This constraint. Alright, there, now you got a nice egg shape here, ellipsoid egg shape here. And then we're gonna want to connect the wires and make it a closed sketch. Alright, so now we got that. And now we're gonna want to set the dimensions. We're gonna want to make it a 2-inch bait. So this is probably, you're gonna want to make the head like 3/4 of an inch to get the proportion right for the head tadpole. So FreeCAD's all metric. I think in imperial and then convert to metric. And you can do that in FreeCAD by typing in what you want in inches and then multiplying by 25.4 to convert it to metric. And then there's our metric conversion. We're going to want that to be like that. And I'm going to revolve this body, so whatever I set this length to here is effectively going to be doubled for when we rotate it. So I want this to basically be about a 1/4 inch, which will be 6.35 millimeter. And I want this to be kind of, we can kind of eyeball it here and then set the dimension that we want when we think it looks good. I think probably about there is where I want it. So we'll do this. 7.5, sure, okay. Then we got that sketch. That sketch is done. And what we're going to do now is simply revolve it. So come here, select the sketch and hit revolution and horizontal sketch axis. Okay, and there's our little egg. There's our main body of the tadpole, right? So next we got to do the tail. How are we going to do that? I think I'm going to want it to, yeah. I think this we want facing forward this way and the tail coming off of here. So we're going to select a plane in the origin, and this is going to be splitting that egg down the middle there, see? And we're going to want to keep that in mind for later, because it's going to affect how we pad our sketch. But we're going to want the sketch coming out this way, probably the tail starting a little bit down here. We're going to want the hook to come out like in this area, line tie up here. That'll probably be good. And have the tail probably start just a little bit down here, come back and loop up. And we maybe want it, we'll see. But we don't need to show the origin anymore. If you're wondering how I'm doing this, hitting spacebar. I select that object, hit spacebar, and that toggles the visibility. So there's a little trick for you. Back to FreeCAD. What we're gonna do is select some features to use as reference features for the sketch, and then hide the revolution. Okay, so now we know generically this is where the tail's gonna connect to later. So when we do our sketch, we'll want it to follow this geometry. You'll notice I couldn't select that down here, and that's just kind of a bug of FreeCAD you gotta work around, but that's okay. We'll just come back in here and do some a constructed line, and then now we have a reference for those two areas to connect our tail to. Alright, so we'll switch back from a constructed line to a not constructed line. I'm not sure what's it called that. Come up there. Don't want that reference point. Yeah, we'll want that to come up around there. That's gonna be annoying. Alright. We'll make these equal. And there we got its over constrained error. So where is it over constrained? Delete that. Where is it? Okay. It doesn't like something here. Okay. Alright. I'm not sure why it's behaving this way, but sometimes when you try to put circles on geometries like this, it really spazzes out like that. Like here it's snapping to the origin when I don't want it to. And then there, I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. Oh, I know what, okay, I see what it's doing. I don't want this there, I want this here. There we go. That's what the problem is. And then we'll cut, yeah, there we go. Alright. And then we're going to want to set this to be something like this. So when the main body there is there, you want the tail to be coming up from the top more and then coming back like that, because that'll give it a more natural look for like a real tadpole. So we'll hide that, go back to our sketch, hide that, and then we're going to set, using construction lines, those and the angle that we want. So let's make this 90 degrees and make this 25, and that looks, just kind of eyeballing it here, that looks about about right for what we want to do. And then next, you know, a tadpole tail, we'll visualize it here. A tadpole tail kind of grows as it comes back. So like pull up a picture of a tadpole. The tail's not just gonna like slope back like that. It's gonna kind of get fatter as it comes out and then taper to a point. So we're gonna want to use a an ellipse to do that. So we'll just kind of get an ellipse going, kind of like that. We're going to want this to be a horizontal line, and then we can drag that around there and there. And we're going to want to connect this point to there and constrain this point to there. And then there's our tadpole starting to take shape, and we could kind of play with this a little bit to get that where we want it. Now remember, from here to here is 3/4 of an inch, and we want a bait that's 2/4 of an inch overall. So if we go from there to there, and then say 1.25 inch times 25.4, that's how long we want the tail to be for a 2-inch bait overall. And then that thickness, you can kind of play with it so you get what you think you want. I'm gonna 11 looks okay. Let's see what 12. I think I like 11 more. That looks a little bit better to me. Yeah, let's go with that. So we got our sketch for the tail now, and we can close out of that sketch, and then that sketch is on a plane on the center of the body. So you don't want to pad it just one direction, because if you just go here and you click pad, oops, it says the wire's not closed. Why does it think the wire is not closed? Interesting. Why is it giving me that error? Those are connected. Oh, I know what it's doing. Okay. I need to have it come into the body a little bit, because basically this line is not intersecting the solid body that exists right now, so it's going to see that as two separate bodies, which doesn't work in the part design workbench. It's one of those things. So let's do this. We'll make that a constructed line, and then we're going to want another arc that's a little bit inside here, and then do one of these. And just slap a dimension on there. Now it should let us pad it. Yeah, there you go. And this is what I wanted to show before that it wasn't letting me show. If you just do a straight up pad, it's gonna favor one side. So we want to tell it 2 dimensions and say 3 millimeters. That's probably a bit much. 2 millimeters each direction. That's probably going to be okay for what we're going to want to do. And then we're going to want to, oops, radius these 2 faces, give it some more natural curvature. Alright, and the radius command in FreeCAD, god dang it, the radius command in FreeCAD is really touchy. Um, so you gotta be very, we'll say, gentle with it, or it'll do exactly what it's doing right now, where it doesn't want to actually make the radius. And see, I got a broken face there. That's going to cause us problems. That's going to cause us problems there down the line because of that radius. Okay. So let's delete that, and we're going to come back to our sketch here and hide that revolution, and then let's do it like this. We'll make these constructed lines, and then do something like this to where I think if it's further in there, the radius might work now, because before it wasn't coming out like that there. So I think that'll help. Oh no, it made it worse. Well, let me think about that. If I do this. Yeah, the radius commands in FreeCAD. This is why some people don't like FreeCAD, because it'll get stuck on this little stuff that should be pretty easy for it. And that's unfortunate, because it really is the only open source software that's worth a damn. Alright, let me think about how I'm gonna work around this now. What if I do... Oops. What if I do this? I'll do a arc of an ellipse. And we'll do bing, bang, boom. I don't want that. And we'll make the coincident, and we'll make this coincident. There we go. Now that's a full ellipse. Close that. Do a file save really quick. I think this might... Ooh, yeah, I don't like that. Okay, what if I do the face? No. Does not like that. What if I come in here and I do a 0.5 millimeter? doesn't like that. 0.5 radius. What if I come in here to the part workbench, click that, 0.5, okay, doesn't like that either. Yeah, this is why people don't always like FreeCAD. Okay. If I chamfer it. Doesn't like that really. If I do this. Let me think about how I want to handle this now. Because it does not want to add that radius at all. It does not want to add that radius there. Well, we can do this. Now remember, our bait's going to be a clamshell, so even though we've modeled it 360 degrees around, we don't need that. So this might help the radius situation. Don't need the origin. And we're going to cut basically that whole hundred, cut that whole bait in half. And let's see if it lets me do the radius now for some reason. Nope. Can I do that face? Nope. Okay. Man, I just want to add a radius to their path. I think I know the hard way to do it. I really don't want to do the hard way to do it, though. Whatever, I'll do it the hard way. We're gonna make this edge a path just by drawing a sketch on, what the hell? We want to draw a sketch of an ellipse. Come on, don't be like that. I want a full ellipse. No, I don't want a full ellipse. I want arc of an ellipse. And I want it to be something like this. That's fine. Like that, like that. This equals that. Come on, don't delete the redundant constraint. Delete the redundant constraint. Show the pocket. The intersection. Those coincidents. Delete the redundant constraint. And make that coincidence. Delete the redundant constraint. Really wants to misbehave now. And then make those equal. We can do it like this. Alright. So now we got a path. And we're going to want to draw a sketch on that path. The easiest way to do that's going to be to select our plane there. Hide the origin again. And then do that. And then do a little bit of that. Hide that, hide that. These we want to be equal. And we want a radius. And we want horizontal and vertical. Delete the redundant constraint. And then we can say this is 0.9. Close. Show the sketch. And pocket again. And we're going to take sketch 4, do a subtractive pipe, like that. What happened there? Ah, I see. Okay, that didn't work. Delete that sketch. And the problem is I need it to be this is going to be annoying. Need a datum plane. I need it to be centered on... I want a datum plane and I want to center it on this origin. Did that work? Nope. Now what if I rotate it? Nope. That's it. That's what I want. Okay. And now I can come here, do my sketch. And it'll have to sweep along. Okay. It'll have to sweep. That, and we make this 1 millimeter. Okay. And then we'll take that object and we'll do a subtractive pipe. Do a subtractive pipe. There we go. Oh, I did it on the wrong side. God dang it. I got the radius, but I did it. I wanted the radius facing the other direction. Okay, alright. You can fix this. We can fix this. Make those constructed. And want to see this again. Okay. Yeah. We need a line there to there, there to there, and then there to there. Circles and arcs don't like when you do constraints like that for some reason, but there we go. Alright, now we got our arc. And we got the basic body of the tadpole laid out. So now we're basically ready to start putting the hardware in there. So we're going to want to put like a little eye here. You could get really cute and put like a mouth in if you wanted to. I'm not going to. But basically now we've got the basic outline of the shape laid out for what we want. And we're going to want to now connect it together and put the hardware in. And we're going to do that. We're going to shift over to the part workbench, and then first thing we're going to want to do is figure out how we want to divide up the tail sections, how many tail sections we want. So probably I'd say one like here and here and there. So I could put a joint in there and a joint in there, and probably get some good action out of it. Alright, so to split the bait up and put joints in it, we're going to make a cube and edit the cube basically so that it's a really thin strip, 0.5 millimeter. No, we don't want to do it that way. We want to do it, I can never remember. There we go. Make it really thin like that. And then like that. And then we're going to want to transform and drag it so that it'll cut the body into pieces. So probably like there. Okay, let's take a look at the placement. Definitely got that wrong. -6. Okay. And the Z, like that. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and copy this and transform this one back. Okay. And let's take a look at the placement. That looks about right. We're kind of going by eyeball when we get to this point about what looks right. So we're going to have 3 separate sections, and then the way we're going to join these together is with a wire and split rings. So there's going to be 2 split rings up top here, one there, one there, one there, one there, and then a piece of wire on either side of here and here running through to join the pieces together with the split ring. But let's go ahead and cut it into pieces. So we're going to do a Boolean cut. Oops. Alright, it's probably that radius from earlier that's screwing it up. Let's try a cutout for okay, so something's going on that it doesn't like. I'm going to go here, do part, and then do up here. Let's try to do a refined shape and see if that corrects the problem, and it did. Okay. That means there was a broken face somewhere in there that it was tripping up FreeCAD. And it it just acts goofy sometimes. Um, so, alright, now we got it cut into multiple sections. And we're gonna add a little, let's make a little eyeball. Tiny little eyeball. We're gonna drag it to where we want it. That looks about right. Make it a little bit bigger. That's probably too big. That looks about right, I'd say. Okay. And now we're going to add in the little cuts for the split ring. Do cylinder, edit cylinder. I know my split rings need a height of 2.5 millimeter and a radius of 3.2 millimeter to do what they need to do. So I'm going to then do placement 4.25. If I remember right, it should be negative 4.25. No? Yeah, that's nice and centered. 3.75 there. And then let's move it down a little bit. Okay, that looks good. And then we're going to do copy paste and then move that up, say, to there. That looks good. Maybe move it down just slightly, a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, that looks about where I want it. And then we're gonna do another copy and paste and then move these, if I remember right, it was at 18, so let's do 17.75. That looks good. And then okay. And that's going to be the cutouts for our split rings, for our joints. And then we want another cylinder and edit cylinder radius should be like 0.7. This will be for the through wire that's going to connect the baits. Edit cylinder, make it like 20 millimeters tall. transform it down and like about there. Let's look at the placement. -2.2, so let me think about that. That should be about right. Paste. Okay. Then copy, paste, transform, main placement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There, looks good. Copy, paste, placement, move it back 2, 3. Okay, those are going to be cuts for our through wire to connect it. And then we're going to come in and do Boolean cut, and do Boolean cut, and do Boolean cut, and do Boolean cut, Boolean cut, 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 cut. Alright. Now we got space to put in our hardware to make it a jointed bait. But we're not quite done yet. We want to add a little rattle chamber in here and a hook hanger. I don't quite like this. That's gonna have to be okay. Might look a little funny when it prints, but that'll be alright. So let's add the hook hanger. This cylinder. Radius 0.7. Height 10. That'll be fine. Rotate it like so. Bring it forward. And we want the line tie to be probably like this. It's angled a bit. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll come in, put the hook hanger in down here, and that leaves this space here for rattles. So normally for the rattles, I just do a cylinder, but the shape of this bait makes me think I can get away with something a little bit different. So let's do a ellipsoid. We'll create that. And then come here to edit ellipsoid. And transform it. I can't get away with that. I can rotate it like this. And then make it longer. I think that'll work out. Then I can put the hook hangers in here. Okay, that'll work. Copy those, transform, bring it back here, angle it like so, and do something like this. Okay. Then move that. I don't really want the hook hanger to run into that, but I can move this forward some. I can move this forward some to avoid hitting the hook hanger. I can move that up a bit. That should work. Then I can move this one up a bit and move this one up a bit. Okay, now the weight will be in the bottom, and I'm gonna add a little bit of an air pocket. If you add empty space anywhere in the body, that's going to be an air pocket when you put it together. And it might not be a much, but it's enough to affect the balance of the bait. So that'll be a little air pocket. That'll be a little rattle chamber for my weights. There's the line tie there. There's the hook hanger there. And a little tail. So there's my tadpole. Go ahead and do booleans and cut all those. Okay. Uh-oh, that's poking out a little bit there. Gotta go back in and fix that really quick. That's the ellipsoid. Edit ellipsoid, and we'll make that. Which one was that? 4.5. Ooh, no. Not 54.5, 4.5. And I think that will do it. It's got some floating faces there that I don't. Some broken geometry. see if I can correct those really quick. Ah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's broken geometry. Hmm. So it doesn't like that ellipsoid. Let's see if rotating that makes any difference. Did not. We can always see what it does when we export it to FreeCAD or export it to STL. Let's just try that really quick and see if it solves itself. Sometimes the slicer it'll solve itself. Let's see. I don't know if this is automatically going to go to Bamboo Slicer, or do I think I need to tell it to look at Bamboo Slicer now. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. See if it goes to Bamboo. It is not switching over to Bamboo. Why not? Select window. Let's go back to FreeCAD. Or wait a minute, there it went. It went to Bamboo for a second. Alright. Technical difficulties, please stand by. Okay. File, import, hard tadpole. Tadpole, open. Okay. It looks like, yeah, it's fine in Bamboo, which is what matters. Alright. That's good. Go ahead, delete that. Go back to FreeCAD. And then this will be the last step. Take the body, mirror it, transform, bring it down. Okay. There's the bait. File, save. And then you grab both of those, file, export them to the step, and then you go to file, save. We'll switch back to bamboo. We're already looking at bamboo. Okay. And then file, import. Hard tadpole. Open. Okay. Lay flat. And there's our little tadpole bait. And we can do we've already got ABS thrown in the printer, so we're just gonna do strength 3 wall loops. This all looks fine. Slice plate, and it's gonna be a 17-minute print. And check the layer lines, make sure everything looks good. That all looks good to me. Alright. I think we're good to go ahead and print. We should be good and printing now. Now it's going to go through the print sequence. Can I make this full screen? That's interesting. Well, I can't figure out how to make that full screen. Can I just zoom in, maybe? No? I don't know, but now it's going to print. So the one other person that's watching, you got any questions about this whole process? Everything I just showed you in FreeCAD, how to do all this stuff? What do you want to know? Anything I could show you in FreeCAD you're curious about? I got a good 18 minutes till this finishes printing, so if you got questions, now would be the time to ask about how I did something or something you want to see. Let's switch back to FreeCAD. to window capture, select window, FreeCAD. Okay. Da 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 da. Ba bum ba bum ba dum bum. I'm surprised. Surprised nobody has any questions about anything. There's our tadpole bait. I guess I can start with the other way to do it. So that this way that I just showed works well if you want the body to be symmetrically round like this. And you're not always going to want that in a bait. So the way you're going to do that is a little bit different. You're still going to start in the part design workbench and then work over to the other workbench, part workbench. But basically the way you do the sketches is going to be different. So for a tadpole, let's just start with a circle sketch and make it, let's say 3 millimeter. No, we'll make it 4. Because we're going to put a radius on there later, and we want space to put in the hook hanger and the nose. And then you're going to do, you gotta think a little bit harder when you do it this way. But we're gonna use the pipe, swept pipe features, and to get just a little bit more of a contoured body shape. So we want to hide the origin, help us see a little bit better. And remember, the body was 3/4 inch, so I'm going to draw 2 lines and then make them 3/8 inch. Multiply by 25.4 to convert to metric. Okay. That's going to be one of our swept path lines. And then we're going to come here, datum reference plane, select reference, that, and then reference 2 will be the end of that line. Didn't like that for some reason. That's not what I wanted. Let's bring the origin back. We'll select this plane, datum plane, reference to that point. That's better. We can hide the origin again. And then we'll do a sketch on this datum plane. And remember, the last tadpole we did was offset, or symmetric like that. And this time we're going to want it a little offset. So I think what I want is the belly to kind of be drop down like that, and then more of a straight with a slight arch in the back, and then from the front be narrower at the top and get like more rounded out. So to do that, this is going to be the nose here, and if we want the body to kind of drop out, we're going to want an ellipse do something like this. Make that horizontal. Something. Something like that. And then if you want the back to be you can do something kind of like this. How do I feel about that? I don't know if I want those. Maybe just more like this. Yeah, that looks a bit more natural. Oops. Delete the redundant constraints. Yeah. We'll make this, say, 12.7. Oh, come on, don't be like that. 12. Okay. This and this we want to be tangent. Okay, and then we're gonna want probably say a millimeter. Yeah. And then how far do we, how long do we want this? 10? That seems good, right? And then kind of want it like, yeah, something like that. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Okay. And then we're going to hide that datum plane. Do another datum plane. Oops, getting ahead of myself. Need to do another sketch path. Come back here, hide the origin. Do this. And that's annoying. Okay. Okay, we'll do boom, 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 Alright, so what I just did there, drew another line, made it equal to that, and constrained it so that it's hitting that sketch at the end there. So close that, we got our another sketch there. And now we want to come back and do the next datum plane. And move it back there. Okay. Do another sketch. And I think I'm going to keep this one simple just by making it a circle that's equal to the first one. Okay. Just like that. Now what we're going to do is do a additive pipe. And you're basically going to go one section at a time with it. Okay. Like this. Additive pipe. Not helix, pipe. And then come back to there. Okay. And that looks kind of funky right now, but it'll look more natural when we put in some radius like that. So, not gonna do that yet. But that's how we'll clean it up, make it look a little bit more natural. Okay, so we got our additive pipe. Next we're gonna do the tail section. And I almost wonder if... Yeah, let's do it that way. We'll come in and then make the tail an ellipsoid. So we're gonna add the belly, 10mm belly. Do the radius there. Okay. Radius here. Okay. That's looking... To be honest, that looks a little funky. So let's see. Let's delete these radiuses. And I'm going to come back to sketch 1. Well, let's try this first. Let's shorten these up to like 7mm. Which one's the other? There we go. And then let's add the belly again. almost feel like the belly needs to come up a little bit too. So then let's make this one, say 2 millimeters. 2 millimeters. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better, I think. Okay. And we'll name this one Swept Tadpole. Okay. And now let's do the tail. I'm gonna go over to our part workbench and do the tail with a ellipsoid. And then we're gonna transform it, get it into the orientation we want. Something like that. And then not that way, like this. That looks pretty good, I think. Maybe move it up that way a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Like that. And then let's try a quick alright, so that's still a bit shorter, so we'll make this, I gotta think about it. If it's at 43, I want it to be about 7 longer. Okay. That looks really good. I like that. I really like that. And then I'll transform it back another millimeter. Alright, that looks good. That looks pretty good. Alright. And then we'll go ahead and do one of these, part, refine shape, add in a little eyeball. Okay. looks pretty good. Alright, and then we're going to go ahead and join all these. I really like how this one looks. This one's looking pretty darn solid. Okay. I almost want to scale up that body a little bit. Oh, that's better. Yep. Yep. That's what I want. %, that's what I want. That looks good. And then we'll come from there to there. Just about 2 inches. That's perfect. And then only need half of it. Okay. Well, I don't actually. This could be like 20, I think. And then, well, let's transform it to the middle like that. And then we'll do edit cube and go like this. And then like this. Transform. Bada bing. Bada boom. And then do a quick little cutty poo. Oh, that's right. That wasn't a join body yet. Go ahead and fuse these guys and then do a quick little cutty. Oops. Quick little cutty poo. There we go. That's what we wanted. And now we can go ahead and add in, let's make this a little bigger on the screen. Now we can go ahead and add in all of our cuts for the hardware. That's looking nice. That's looking very, very, very tadpole-like. If you guys got any questions as I'm doing this, I'm watching the chat too, so don't be afraid to ask. We'll go ahead and add another cube in. This one we just want to be, let's see, yeah, that direction, 0.5 millimeter, and like 20 millimeters. Move it down and back, probably about there, and we'll move it down. Okay. And then we'll take a look at the placement. Y22, okay. And then copy and paste and placement. We'll just move it back. That's too far back. That's probably good there. Okay. And then we need to put in our split rings. So cylinder, edit cylinder, we'll make this 3.2, height 2.5. Okay. And this one was at 22, that one was at 37. So we want to do placement 22.25. Yep. Move it up in the Z a little bit. Cancel that. Placement, move it up in the Z. I don't know if I can get away with that. 1.5. I might be able to get away with that. Oh, and it says our first tadpole's done on bamboo, so I'm going to do okay. So this is the second tadpole we're working on. We'll do file save on this one. Just got a notification that our first tadpole bait was done on bamboo, so I'm going to go ahead and switch my screen over to bamboo slicer. Let's do that really quick. Okay. And then, oops, device, and there it is. I'm gonna go down to my basement and take a look. Lesson learned on this one. Might need to go back and make that tail a little bit thicker. I do think once I put a UV clear coat on it, it would be fine. But it didn't really like coming up a bit. But that's a neat little bait. Anyway, let's come back to my and print the other one. Dropped a piece. Alright. Where was I at? What was I doing? Oh yeah. Yeah. Select window, go back to FreeCAD. Okay. Cylinder, we're going to want to move up and copy another one, move it down. All right. Then we'll move that one back 15 inches, 15 millimeters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Then we'll move this one back 15. Oops. Placement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So there's that. And then I think those are going to be just... I know I can get away with 2 millimeters on these. I think I'm going to have to do that on this one. The height. Makes the snap ring a little bit tighter in there, but I don't have enough room, I think, to do 2.5. I know I can get away with 2 on them, so we'll do that. And then I think I gotta... This one I think will be okay. I can move these. Up in the Z a little bit. Is that going to leave enough tail there? I think it will. I think I can get away with moving it up a little bit higher. That looks right to me. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and add in our add in our hardware cuts. So transform down, and we want to place this about 2 millimeters. So 20.25. Oops. 20.25. That's not far back enough. 21.25. Yikes, too close. How about 20.75? That looks about right. Why does that radius look so big? That's a 0.7 radius? It is. Okay. Okay. Alright. Copy, paste, placement, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Copy, paste, placement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Copy, paste, placement, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. There's our pin wires for the snap rings to make it a jointed bait. We'll go ahead and then come to this side, do another cylinder, and we'll do edit cylinder, radius 0.7, length 10's fine, transform, and then we'll want to that's fine, and then copy paste, transform, do I want to have it come out at an angle? I think yes. I think I need to move them down a little bit. Okay. Okay. That looks like that ought to do the trick. And then we're going to do the same for the rattles in the belly that we did on the last one. I don't think I can quite get away. Alright, my audio cut out there for a second. You should be able to hear me again. I don't think I can quite get away with what I did on the last one. That's getting really thin there. Okay. What is it from there to there? What if we just make this 1 point? And then make, oops. And then I can move this up a little bit. I think that'll work. It's getting a little tight. I think that works though. Alright. Copy, paste, paste, transform. That's probably good like that. Scoot it back a little bit. Something like that. Transform. Something like that. Transform. Okay. I like that. And then we'll put a little air pocket cylinder in. And we could probably make it a little bit bigger. Transform. Maybe I can't make it any bigger. That's just for a little air pocket to help how it sits in the water. We'll make that spot lighter. Actually, for that, why don't I do a little ellipsoid? And I'll make it 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters. Like that. And transform. Drag it up. Like that. That ought to work. That'll give it a nice little air pocket in there. And I think I'm ready to do all my cuts. So we'll just start doing all the cuts. And there's our bait. And I think overall this is a more natural tadpole look than the first one. I mean, we can do a little side by side real quick. But I really like the way this one looks. I think this one is the better looking bait. But it was a harder bait to set up and get it to look right compared to that one. I just wanted to show kind of like a beginner way to do it and a more advanced way to do it. But this is definitely I would say the cleaner looking bait. We're gonna go ahead and do the mirror. Okay. And move that down a little bit. Okay. Oops. I mean, that looks pretty good, I think. If I had a hook back here, I might try to tweak these areas to get them, because this, I think this will be a weak point here if there was a hook back here, but there's not. I've only got a hook hanger. It's going to have one treble hook under the belly there. So I don't think these need to be really strong. UV clear coat resin coat will make those plenty strong if you like bounce it off a rock or something, so I'm not super worried about that. But that looks... This one I'm pretty happy with. So we'll do file save. Bing bang, file export. Swept tadpoles. That save. Okay. And then we'll go back over to bamboo slicer. Real quick. And then do file, import, swept tadpole. Open up that one. Okay. Slap that down. That's a good looking bait. Let's do a quick side by side actually. We'll do file, import, hard tadpole, open. Is it not? Ah, got two instances of bamboo open. Gotta close out of this one. And then make sure my OBS is sharing the correct one. There we go. Technical difficulties, please stand by. We'll do a quick comparison of these two. Should be popping up. There they are. Do 180 around the Z. And I think the second one definitely has the more natural appearance to me. And that's the way I like to do my baits. If you go back and watch those swept profiles and how to do that, that's really the way that I like to do it. Let's go ahead and slice this. No, 0.1 layer height. Slice it. Let's check how the geometry looks in the slicer. That's going to be a weak point there. How's it look on the back one? Yeah, that's going to be a weak point there too. I should go back and fix that. So I will. Alright. Change back over to FreeCAD. Okay. So in the slicer, looking at how that was going to slice, I could tell it was going to get really thin in this area here. So let's go ahead and see if we can reinforce that a bit. I have to drop out all those cuts. so... Alright. And these ones I can tell, like, if I just move down, move that down a little bit. And then move this one up a little bit. That should be enough to get more reinforcement in that area. And then this one, I was kinda... let's make it 1.5. I knew this one I was kind of playing with how much I could really get in there. Okay. That should be a little better. And then I realized I forgot to do something that'll affect the action of the bait. So I'm going to do that now. I want to add a little V-cut in here so that basically when the joints articulate, if it's a square cut there, if it's a square cut there, and it could basically, this part as it's articulating is going to run into that part. So to get it to have a little bit better action, you want to do what I'm doing right now. Okay. Do one of those. And then edit cube. Okay. Move it back. Paste, transform. No, I don't want to transform, I'll just do placement. Want to move it back 15 millimeters. Okay. Then come in here, do the cuts. Now there's a little V cut in there, which when that articulates, it'll give it more room to roll over and swing. Forgot to do that earlier. It's in there now. Should be good. File save that really quick. Come back, remirror it. And then transform, move it down. Okay. Select both of them. File, export, swept tadpole step, save, yes, okay. file. Save again, and then we're going to switch back to bamboo. Select window, bamboo, share, okay. Go back to Bamboo Studio, prepare, delete that one, import, swept tadpole, enter, and then see how is it not sharing Bamboo Studio? It is not. Why are we not sharing Bamboo Studio? Why is it not sharing Bamboo Studio? Alright, I think I fixed it now. There's going to be a little delay till I see if I fixed it. But I think I fixed it. Okay, got it on my second screen now. Alright, then we go ahead and slice the plate. Take a look at our layer lines. Those look better. That looks like it's going to print stronger. Still a little bit worried about that one. I think it'll be alright. Okay. We will go ahead. Slice it and print. And we'll see it in 18 minutes. I think I will see if anybody's got any questions. At this point, I showed how to model it both ways. I'm just gonna let the printer run, and if anybody's got questions, I'll answer them. But at this point, I'm kind of done with, you know, the modeling. That's the bait it's going to be. So we'll go back and do a comparison of the other tadpole. Just so you can see the difference. So really the main difference is that body shape. You got a more natural looking curve on using the swept path than just the egg shape. And then doing the tail as the ellipse, I think also looks more natural. I am a little bit worried about, I might need to make that tail a little bit thicker, you know, because it's really thin in those sections, and it's not really that I'm worried that it's not going to work when I go to try to fish it with a layer of UV resin clear coat. That's going to be plenty strong enough. I believe for what I'm going to be doing with it, it's more I guess just getting it off the print bed without ripping it, because I mean, well, it's taller in that direction too, so I guess. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's not. Maybe in some areas, but in here it's still thin. And I just took one of these ones off the bed and it ripped the tail a little bit. But as far as, you know, the rest of the body, I mean, the rattles in the belly are looking a little thin in that area. Should still be fine. I don't necessarily like how like there they don't join until the second layer. Gonna have to be careful there. I might need to come in and re-look at this area in there. In this area. Oh, I don't really like that at all. That's gonna have a dead spot in the top there. Yeah. See how that's not connected there? It might be okay, but I guess we'll see. See if it's printing yet. We'll watch it. and see what it does. But I might need to go back and change that up. Let's see what it does here. It's gonna level now. I am a little bit worried looking at those layer lines that I'm gonna have to go back and edit some things. Because I don't really like this is gonna be fine here. This is probably gonna be fine there. It's this spot there that really is concerning me. It's trying to get that air pocket in there a little bit too big. See if there's any other worrying. I guess that's a little bit concerning there, but that's probably going to be fine. I am a little bit surprised it didn't fill that in all the way there. And down here. I mean, this I'm not really worried about that. Go back and see if it's printing yet. It's still leveling. Did I have any of that up in... Well, I had some in that in here, I guess. And that came out alright. Let me go grab that print and take a look at it. Yeah, I might need to go back and thicken that up. Looking at that other print. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, it's gonna... It's gonna go through and do the print now. Do the little calibration. I really should skip this part. Takes longer to do all this calibration than just to go ahead and print, but what are you gonna do, I guess. There we go, now it's printing. It's so cool how like clean it lays down those lines. Like that is super clean. Alright, then it's going to come back and scan. And then it's going to be off to the races. I think the 720p. Nah, it's not. We'll go back to 1080. Huh? Maybe I can't now. Alright, now it sees the first layer's good. It's gonna come back and oh, look at that mess. No, that's gonna ruin the print. Awesome. See what happens. See if it kicks it out of the way. Nope, it's just gonna get squashed in there. That is unfortunate. I'll let it go. I mean, at this point, might as well. God dang it. That's upsetting. Alright. Do I stop it or I'm just gonna let it go, see what it does. I can already see in the camera I'm gonna need to adjust that spot. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and make those little adjustments, I guess. So I gotta make this a little thinner and that a little thinner. So we're gonna do that. There's our first ellipsoid, edit ellipsoid, and we'll make it 0.65. Okay. And then there was another ellipsoid. Edit ellipsoid, and you guys can't see what I'm doing, can ya? Like that. 0.9. Okay. And that should make it. And I guess while I'm here, why don't I make that tail a little bit thicker too? And I realize you guys can't see what I'm doing in FreeCAD right now. That's okay. Oh, I like that better. Alright. That looks better already. Alright, file, export, save, yes, okay. Go back to Bamboo Studio, look at that mess. Prepare, get rid of that one. And then I'll bring in this other bait that I just made the slight tweaks to. And then we'll take a look. So the tail's a little bit wider. I think that looks a little bit better. And then if I slice the plate, we should see the other differences. Yeah, see now it's still got that. That's fine, whatever, don't care. Where this now connects there, which is important. And it connects here, which is important. So I shrank that a little bit, I shrank the air pocket a little bit, and I made this a little bit wider, so it should get, if you look at the tail sections, so here compared to here, it's going to get more material. Going to get more material in there. Yeah, that's much better. That's going to be a lot easier to take it off without breaking it. Alright, so go back to prepare. Delete that version. Go ahead, slice this version. And then we're going to be ready to... I mean, I'm just going to let it go. You can see in there, like, it's not thick enough in that wall. You could see right there. It's going to have an imperfection. I'm not going to have that problem there, am I? I don't think so. I think I'm going to be alright. Let's go ahead and make it ludicrous mode. Finish it up real quick. I'll be done momentarily. Alright, it's done. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at it. Just take a look at it. Well, I don't know. I might need to scale that whole head section up. Let's well, let's print one out and see how it looks. before I make any decisions. But I almost feel like I'm going to need to scale up this part. But I think that's a really good look. Let's see what that looks like. Let's go back to FreeCAD. And scale that up a little bit. And see what that looks like. Let's see. Scale. Not that much. This is going to take a good minute to rethink. Yeah. Yeah, I like that more. I like that more. Okay, gonna go ahead, delete the mirror. This has got to shift, that's all got to shift back. That's all got to shift back. That should be okay back there. Okay. Unfortunately, that was one of the first ones I did. Okay. One of these ought to be a cylinder. There it is. Okay, and then that cube. Alright, so I'm going to want to start. Let's just do placement. That ought to do it. We're just going to shift everything back a millimeter. Placement. 1 millimeter back. Placement. Millimeter back. Placement. Millimeter back. Placement. Millimeter back. And then placement. Millimeter back. Okay. Then that ought to do it. And we'll do boom, 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 boom. Okay. And I'm gonna take another look at that. And the eye here. Where's that? That's gonna be this sphere. We could bring that out. I don't quite. Let's try that. Yeah, that's better. That looks better. I really like that. And then let's take a look at this ellipsoid. Where's the ellipsoid at? Is that this one? No. Is that one? Yeah. I can transform, angle it, push it down a little bit. Actually, yeah, push it down a little bit. And then make it edit ellipsoid. I can make it a little bit longer, I think. Okay. Transform it forward. And maybe up. That ought to do. And I can also transform this one. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a peek at birds actually get in I almost wonder if I can go a little deeper with it. I can. Alright. Let's take a look at what that looks like when I slice it in bamboo. Go ahead and mirror it. And then transform right about there. Select, file, export, save, yes, okay. File, save. Window capture, select window. Bamboo, share, okay. Bamboo Studio. Why is it only half? There it goes. It's back to normal. Imports, web tadpole open. Okay. Lay flat. Position it really good for the camera. And slice plate. Oh, that's no good. There's a big hole in the side of it there. Okay. Why didn't it? Okay. We just gotta go find that ellipsoid again. Is it this one? It is that one. Okay. And let's make it 4.5 instead of 5. Okay. And then we will file, export. I realize you guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but this is a really easy change in FreeCAD. Go back to bamboo. And then we'll compare them side by side. Lay them flat. Okay, slice plate. And then it still gets pretty thin in that spot. At least there's not a hole. Alright, are there any other problem spots that I see? That shouldn't really be a problem. I don't think so. Alright, let's go ahead and slice plate, print plate, turn that off, send it. And let's see how she does. Alright. We're back to Did I do? Okay, I did do that. 0.1 millimeter height. Bed's gonna heat up. I guess while that's doing that, I can go back to FreeCAD. And explain some of the design choices that I made. File save. So the reason I've got this little cutout right here is so it'll trap air in that pocket, and it'll be favored to be buoyant here. There's going to be lead weight birdshot BBs actually in this cavity to weight it down here, and then it'll also have the hook down there. So the center of gravity, I'm trying to force the center of gravity of the bait to be basically below the nose, which will help the action of the bait. This is basically going to be like a little tadpole glide bait. The shape isn't going to be super conducive to a side-to-side action because of how like wide the belly is. So the weight, it's really going to need to be properly weighted to get like a good darting side-to-side action. I do think the tail will help that some, being jointed like that, and a three-piece body. But really, it's the weight distribution that I'm really hoping will help get that side-to-side wiggle action that you want in a bait like this. Am a little bit worried that the body profile won't really want to walk like a normal glide bait will, but you know, if it didn't have that body shape, it wouldn't be a tadpole. It would be something else. So hopefully that'll work out well. I think it will. I think that looks like a fish catching bait. Am only going with the hook hanger in the bottom down there. I think that's the right move for a bait like this. I found there's not really a need to do through wire for the hook hangers like this, especially on small baits like this. You're only going to really fish out of the creeks. There's just not really a need for it. I would say, but yeah, don't have much else to say about it. I think it'll be a cool little bait. So we'll go back to, let's go back to bamboo real quick, see if it's starting. Looks like it's about to start. So we'll go back to bamboo. Okay. I'm going to let it lay down the first layer, then I'm going to turn on ludicrous mode. Luda. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not quite ready yet to print. I'm going to go back to FreeCAD. Go back to FreeCAD real quick. And see if anybody's got any questions about the bait, how I did what I did, why I did what I did, the way that I did, anything like that. It's a real good looking tadpole, I think. I don't know what you guys think, but yeah. The way that it's shaped, it's gonna want to come like up and hopefully roll a bit. I'm hoping. We'll see. We'll see. Go back to Bamboo Studio. Looks like it's getting ready to print. Go back to the preview and see what the layer lines look like. Yeah, maybe I should have done more walls in it because this is going to have a lot of air. Might not even sink. It says it's going to be 2 grams. What's the volume of this thing? Macros, no, macro, recent macros, download, okay, I think it's FC info. That I want. FC. Now let's just do star info. Ah. Let's go to Firefox and say, how do I find, oh wait, you can find volume in Bamboo, right? Does it tell you the volume? Let's see what Doesn't say. Well, I don't like that. And then it's got a... That's so upsetting. See if it clears it. I hope it knocks it out of the way. It did. Okay. We're alright. We're alright. That's the purge. Sometimes it'll do that, and it's just... Let's turn it up to ludicrous. It'll drag some of the purge filament over, and it's just so annoying. We'll see now. It says it's only got 6 minutes left. Kind of believe it. These bamboo printers are just so damn phenomenal, I tell you. I've tried a lot of printers, and there are printers that come close, don't get me wrong, but they don't quite, they can't quite match the bamboo. This is an X1C, if you're wondering. I've got Sheeties, I've got the Elegoo Carbon, Crealities. They don't quite compare. I mean, look at that thing go. And it's gonna look great when it's done, as far as the 3D print goes. And this is a 0.1 layer height, which is like not a large layer height at all. And this is ABS too. It's printing. I mean, there's printers that can't even print PLA this well. You know? My goodness. I mean, my goodness, just look at that thing go. And the other really cool thing is, like, I've been streaming for, how long has this stream been going? About 3 hours. And to be able to prototype, I've prototyped two completely different versions of the bait with fundamentally different, I'll say, sketch profiles of doing it, just to show the different ways you can do things in FreeCAD. And then iterated. I've printed. This is the third, I guess, quote unquote, prototype of this bait. To be able to iterate and design things that quickly, and is pretty incredible. The technology that we have today to be able to do this, and I could there are things I could do to speed up the print time too. Like, I've got a really fine print height. I mean, 0.1 millimeter print height is very small print height that I'm printing these out at. But I mean, look at that thing go. And it's gonna knock this out really quickly here as it goes through this. Look at it go. It's gonna start getting through the layers really quick now. This bait would look really cool on a dual color filament. I need to try that. Oh, and we're done. Alright, let's go take a look. Alright, I believe I'm now happy with this version of the bait. And I'm going to print a bunch of them. that one, delete that one. How many we got there? 1, 2, 3, plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, I'm getting confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. 1, 1, 2. Count the big gaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Times 4 minus 1 is 31. Alright, slice plate. And I'm going to print this out and leave the stream going. While I put together the one that I just printed.